We've gotten some absolute.
Alrighty. Do. Just here. To do. Excuse me. Um. That's everything. Okay. Hello. 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 Is there anything I need to- hmm. Nope. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, never mind. Now I remember what I need to fix. I remember. Okay. All right. Um. Today's the day. Today is the day, or tonight is the beginning. The beginning of it. We have the. We're starting battlefields. Well, we're done with DMRs for now, and we started a little bit on shotguns yesterday. And we're continuing the shotgun grind. This is going to be the evil arc. Let's put it that way. This is going to be the evil arc of video games, or of this grind, because nobody likes shotguns, especially playing on Hagental base. Nobody likes shotguns. Um, like I said in the past, if we were to, if they were to incorporate 2042, or you get mastery on gadgets, it'd be a lot worse, because then you see me running around with a grenade launcher. And nobody likes that. Daggum it. What's up, man? Hello. Hello from the YouTube sub. You know, something I've been thinking about? Um, I've been thinking about getting rid of my Twitch alerts. Yeah, like the Twitch alerts. Like from Stream Elements. I'm like thinking about getting rid of. No, 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 not Celsius. No. It's called Bubbler. I've been drinking these because I've been trying to get off of drinking sodas and stuff. And basically this is sparkling water. It has like a hint of a flavor in it. Really messes with you. But if you're like trying to get off of soda, but you miss that carbonation feeling and everything like that, this helps. For the first few times when you drink it, you're gonna be like, something's off. Obviously, because there's no sugar and stuff in it. Yeah, zero sugar. Zero sugars, no added sugars. Vitamin A. You got vitamin B6 in it, B12. Yeah. And it's just carbonated water. Carbonated water, and then whatever this is. This is wild berry. Or sorry, wild cherry. So they're pretty nice. I will say they are pretty pricey, because you get they only have like the 6 cans in a pack, and that can run you about, that's like $6 itself, like $6, 670, 650 or something like that. So yeah. But it's really nice. Yeah. So it's like, it's it's to get off the soda drinking binge, because I drink that, I drink water. If I'm doing like very long game hours, obviously I'll mix up some G Fuel. I'm not gonna do it today. I'm not gonna have G Fuel today. That's why I'm drinking that. Because we have this stream, and then we have later today we have at 7. Yeah. Then at 7 we have Counter Strike. We have the EWC watch party for Counter Strike. So that's gonna be interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, it's gonna be Sir Sir Fuzz Bird is trash. Unk. I ain't no I ain't unk. Hell no. Just kidding. Unless. No, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Shoot. All right. So what we're gonna do is before we get into some Battlefield and Amongst Chaos, I'm gonna say this when we play Battlefield. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the vertical side for YouTube, but if you're on the other stream for YouTube, the horizontal, or if you're on Twitch, I would say look at the chat logs when I play. People are going to be upset. People are going to be upset. I was playing earlier, or I was playing last night, and people were mad because they were like, this person has the Battlefield Labs emblem. They have the emblem. They have the calling card, the tag of Battlefield Creator Program. They're like, and they're using a shotgun. They should be kicked out of it. I'm like, I'm not cheating or anything. I'm literally just using the guns that they gave us, and this is from the very beginning. So I'm using the shotguns because, again, I need to master these guns. I need to get these to level 50. I won't be able to do it like obviously in a week. Yeah, I won't be able to do it exactly in a week because we got to break away from the shotguns and then do the HT1 or the Interceptor. We got to do the new sniper rifle that's coming out. So that one's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be pretty cool. So yeah. But anyway, before we start, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna start off with a reaction to a video. This is very interesting. Very interesting. Where's my camera? There it is. All right. So this is from Vardark. This is about meltdowns in the gaming industry. Journos, they're talking about they need to defend activist devs in protest companies. We know that what was it? ZeniMax, they're protesting and going on strike and stuff, saying it's unfair about being laid off. I understand there are companies where, like, you know, some people are being laid off that don't deserve it because of, you know, budgets or the game didn't perform well or something like that. I get it. But then there's people that like literally made a game that was crap, or they just have been doing anything for quite a few years. So now the chickens are coming home to roost. So if you do like the content, you know, actually I will go ahead and just drop it already into the chat. There you go. Also, guys, I do apologize if you guys do hear my fan in the background when I'm talking. It is extremely warm in here. So anyway, let's get it.
We've gotten some absolutely horrendous takes from video game journalists over the years, like this one over at The Game Developer saying gamers don't have to be your audience. Gamers are over. A lot of people in the industry took that to heart and said, we're just going to make...
That person right there, that journalist, fire them. Fire them. That doesn't make sense. You don't need gamers as your audience. You don't need gamers for a video game. That's like saying you don't need people that like watching movies to be your audience for a movie. Doesn't make sense.
slop, but then we're going to complain about it when it fails. And they have FA'd and now they are FOing.
Yep.
We have a new game developer article saying everything hurts and no one knows when the pain will end, complaining about industry layoffs because games aren't selling and they don't need as many team members in these studios anymore. And all I can really say is, it sucks to suck. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the
True.
topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I think it is absolutely hilarious that there are so many layoffs happening because we have tried to tell developers what we like and what we dislike in our entertainment. Maybe if these studio leads actually put our needs first, our wants first, and prioritized their paying customers well, they would be in a better position. Maybe if they weren't wasting hundreds of millions of dollars on garbage games like Marathons or Fables, they would.
Honestly, at this point, to the game industry, look at War Dogs. Look at Bulkhead Studios with War Dogs. Follow their blueprint. Basically, they're doing everything right. They're being honest with the community. They're like, hey, we are a very tight group community. This is reasons why. Like, yes, the game is available for pre-order. We have early access later on. If you pre-ordered the game, you get access to a beta too to try it out. If you don't like it, you can always refund the game. You'll get your full money back and everything. And here are some reasons why that the game may not be for you. And they lay it all out. It's the transparency that's coming from these developers, from the executive producer as well of the game, to let people know what they are buying, because they know how important money is to people. Not everybody can just willy-nilly buy, these brand new games that are like $80. So makes sense.
Would be making enough money to not have to shrink their team sizes but actually grow them. And now we are seeing all of these opinion pieces releasing saying everything hurts and no one knows when the pain will end, and you are getting what you deserve. I am somebody who spends thousands upon thousands of dollars on video games every single year. Partially because that is my job, partially because I absolutely love video games, but even I am not happy with the state of the industry, even if I am spending quite a bit of money. And a lot of other people are walking away from AAA games because of how disappointing they.
Yep. And also, I know people are probably going to get on her about that, saying like, oh, because it's her, like she pays thousands of dollars for her job, because what she does for YouTube, right? People are gonna get on her. People are probably gonna get on her like, well, you're supporting the problem of these games. One person that buys one person that buys a game that what do you call it? Yeah, one person that purchases the game to play it and test it out, because obviously they're not gonna get a code or anything. They're not gonna get a review copy, but they're testing out the game or they're playing the game to see if it is something that would be enjoyable or not be enjoyable. Hey, it's just I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing, because then it's better than having thousands of people buy the game and then they're like, well, this sucks. What, like, I wasted so much time on this, I wish I can get my money back, blah blah blah. Like, watching a person stream the game, and you don't have to watch the whole thing, just like watch to a point where you finally have, like, where you come up with, like, where you have your own opinion. You're like, you know what, this game does look good. I'll like, this is the game I want to play. I'll buy it. Or this game doesn't look good as what they intended. I'm not gonna buy it. It's that simple.
They've been, and we are not required to give you our time and our money. We are not required to be loyal to you, and that means you need to work harder and better, and they're not doing that. But there's what it comes to with a lot of the stuff
that's going on. It's entitlement. It is just self entitlement and ego. And the reason why I say that is because there's stuff that's going on like the stuff that happened with BioWare. There's stuff with, like, I think Wizards of the Coast, like with a lot of these companies and their games that came out that just did terrible. They assume that the game is going to be good because of the name. They think it's going to be good because of the brand. They don't think of it as, oh, the game is going to be good because of how the game plays. No, they think it's good because it's this game. It's this name, this brand. Like, for example, Star Wars Outlaws, that was on it was a Ubisoft game. Star Wars Outlaws. A lot of money was put into that. Assassin's Creed Shadows, a lot of money was put into that as well, because of the name, because of the brand. They're like, oh, Star Wars is a very huge IP. Assassin's Creed is a pretty big IP as well. We could throw money into this. People are going to buy it. People are going to play it. People are going to like it. No, both those games tanked. I don't think any of those games get support anymore. I'm not entirely sure. And what happens is everything else gets overshadowed. XDefiance got overshadowed. They didn't want to put resources or money into that while that game was still developing and everything. So yeah, it's this whole ego and stuff like that. Like, I'd rather be a nobody studio to make a good quality game that people are going to enjoy than be part of a brand, an IP that they're like, this game is going to sell no matter what because of the name. I don't. It just sounds wrong, because it is wrong. So
just sitting here complaining about how tough of a time it is for them. So their article starts off with the question, do you think things will be better this year? And a little bit of a fan fiction, because they say that they were at the DICE Summit, they were looking around for their friend, and then they got asked this question by somebody who looked to them as an authoritative figure because they're a journalist, asking if they think that this year will be better for the video games industry. And they were racking their brain for the answer, and they just couldn't come up with a good one. Nothing came, they say. As I write this in late June, in the shadow of mass layoffs at Destiny 2 and Marathon developer Bungie, with reported major cuts at Xbox looming in the distance, I'm glad that the answer I gave was, I don't know. Had I said yes, that would have been a foolish promise desperately drawn from the conception that surely things couldn't get any worse. Had I said no, that would have been hubris, pretending I could predict how brutal June would be and how dire things could still get. The headline tells us of studio closures and multi-million-dollar game sales, and the tales of how AI will replace labor in the same 24-hour periods. Does this also make your head spin? Does it make you turn the problem over and over in your head, searching for solutions or trying to grasp the doom we all face? And look, it is very sad that a lot of people are losing their jobs, especially because right now, a lot of people are having problems with losing their jobs and finding new jobs. 100%. I am extremely sympathetic. But the problem with the video games industry is that it is still technically growing. The video game industry in 2025 made over $200 billion.
yeah, the thing is, it's making that much. It's constantly growing in money. Yes, but going into the weeds of it, that growth of money as well is because of the amount of cuts that they did, meaning people were laid off, firings happened, studios closed down, things of that nature. And then also, like, some of these games want to use AI, so then guess what? They're cutting costs and things like that. So that it looks like they're making money. Like we saw with the CEO at EA, where the new net worth or something like that was like $38 million, something like that. Or they made, in the last quarter, they made like $8 million. So their total is like $38 million. But then it's like, well, just a few months ago, you just laid off 1,000 people at DICE. So what do you mean?
It should be easy for these studios to stay afloat, but because a lot of the developers were hired based on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, because they were hired simply over the color of their skin or their sexuality or their gender, and they were not hired because they simply were the best person for the job.
And also because of um shareholders, people of that nature want to say like this is what the game needs to be and blah blah blah, and they have their cake and eat it too. Basically, that is also another problem.
That means that tons of people were put onto projects, didn't know what they were doing, were effing around, and then after wasting hundreds of millions of dollars, in some cases over the span of a decade, and then their games come out and fail. This
And I'm not gonna say it's everybody as well, that like developers and stuff, but there are people that probably that worked on it, that worked on like a game or something, and they knew that this is a problem, especially if it's an existing, if it's a franchise. You already know how the previous games are, and then they say, oh, we're gonna go this direction with the game. Yeah, that's I bet you there are a lot of people that were scratching their heads like, this is not how the previous game was. It's going to play differently. People aren't going to be happy about this.
is the
But then again, you can't really say much, and that's the downside to working in the AAA industry is you can't really say much about any game that you're working on. Obviously, you're under NDA, so you can't say anything to public. But when you have concerns and stuff, there are some people that if you express your concerns, they think that it's a complaint, it's an attack, it is a problem, and then you could possibly be laid off.
exact scenario that you would always expect to happen. If you are not making products that sell, you are not going to be able to hold on to your job. And yes, there are some companies that are trying to implement.
Sorry, and I'm sorry, I keep pausing. And this is why we also need developers and voice actors and actresses. They need to like when the game is when the game is in development, they need to just not say anything on social media. Like they just need to shut the hell up, because when they do something controversial, people, everybody on the internet is a detective. Let's be honest. What's going to happen is people are going to trace that name back to a studio or like a film company or something, and then that place is going to get attacked because of what that person said.
Implement AI, and unfortunately there are some good people that are going to be laid off because of one of these million reasons. But again, I want to reiterate that we have a massive problem in the games industry where content is not being made for the customer. And if you're not making content that people want to buy, your studio is going to go under, and you can't have teams of 1,000 people. You can't get hundreds of millions and more dollars to waste on single projects. And of course, they're going to
Also, for content wise, what they need to do is they just need to just be flat out and tell them, especially live service, they need to make like the content is going to be pretty slow. Like there's gonna be a huge gap in between content, so because it's like we need to work on the game, we need to address bug fixes and things like that, make sure performance is good on said game. Pretty much, that's what they should be saying.
sit here and complain about the executives and studio higher ups at Embracer, Xbox, PlayStation, EA, Epic Games, Ubisoft, Warner Brothers Games. They're going to sit here and complain about AI and how it's so unfair. They're going to complain about how there are problems in the industry because leadership isn't good enough, but they're not going to sit here and question, is a part of the problem us? Are we not doing enough as creatives, as developers, as writers?
But again, I mean, and I get where she's coming. I get where she's going and where she's coming from. But again, when working in the game industry, yeah, there are some people that are the problem. Yes, there are some people, some developers and stuff that are the problem. Not saying that nobody is, but I'm saying like there are some that are the problem. But there are people that have to do either that said job or they won't have one. That's the shitty thing about it. That's always been the shitty thing about working in a game industry. I mean, hell, it's like the military. There's something that is completely stupid that that an officer gives, an enlisted soldier or whoever, like they order them to go do something, and it's like the dumbest thing possible. It's dumb, but you got to do it anyway. If not, you get in trouble. This, same thing with the game industry. You got to do some stuff that is probably stupid because your boss told you to, or whoever is in charge of you told you to do it. If you disagree, guess what? You get fired. And then when you get fired and you try to go to another job, you can't, you already hurt your chances of getting picked up in a game into another studio. I'm sorry, because what they're gonna do is gonna contact the previous employer. They're like, yeah, this person, they always push back. They'll come up with some bullshit excuse, and then you won't be able to get hired. So, and I harp on this many times. If you get fired from the game industry, probably the film industry too, but if you get fired from the game industry, basically your career in AAA is done unless there's a studio or a group of people where they're like, screw that, we saw like your past work and everything, and it's good, we want to bring you on. But most likely they'll be like, oh, because this person had an attitude problem or something like that, or they kept arguing with their leadership, we're not gonna hire you. That's what's gonna happen.
Are we one of the factors? And again, I am not 100% blaming the people that are working in the industry either, but they're like 50% of the problem, and it might even be more. So they want to sit here and beg for your praise. They want to beg for your sympathy. They want to beg you to, show up in droves to support them. But when, first of all, we have a problem with the developers, and second of all, we have...
Oh, excuse me. Because another thing is somebody with QA. A lot of people say like QA testing is not. They're like, it's not a job. It shouldn't be in the game industry. It's a great start to have. It's a great first job in the industry. I did it. It's a great first step in the video game industry. Things like that, because you get to understand, first of all, you get to see the development of a AAA game, or whatever game. You learn bug fixes. So it's one of those things that I questions a lot, and you guys see a lot of times when I live stream Battlefield, and I'm like, how is this working? Like, this is broken. How the heck did I get killed around a corner and stuff like that? Like, it's just natural stuff that you usually get upset about, or you're like, oh, this is a problem. Somebody glitches through a door. It's like, basically what you're gonna be doing is you're reporting it. That's what you're doing in QA. You're playing the game, you're reporting it. You're like, okay, this is an issue on this level. Or if I constantly tap the reload button, like I fire a bullet and hit reload, I keep doing that over and over, there's a point where the audio doesn't sync up and it just freaking blows out or something. You throw a ton of C4, like 10 things of C4, and you detonate it, it blows out the audio and it like distorts it or something like that. That's also another bug. That's something you would report to the developers, and you repeat the steps and stuff. That's what you do. That's all this stuff that you're doing. Now they're saying, oh, AI can do all that stuff. AI can do like the tedious tasks when they're like, oh, this can fix this can fix this. Somebody could test it. Like, I don't know if AI would actually test trying to redo those steps per se, but not everything can be done like mechanically wise, I guess you say. And this is where it's like the logics and feelings, they need to play both parts, because we saw, for example, in AI, for example, the DLSS issue that we saw, the DLSS 5.0 with what do you call it? NVIDIA. And they showed Resident Evil Requiem. Oh, excuse me. Woo. So they showed Resident Evil Requiem, and they showed like what it looked like without AI, like just how the game normally looks. and you're like, okay, it looks like, it looks creepy, it looks eerie and stuff like that. And then with the AI, like the character's face, Grace's face, she looks like an AI model that's from an AI Instagram model. That's what it looked like. And everything looks like like a wax painting or something like that. Because everybody looked glossy for some reason. Everybody just looked glossy, and that's not what people need. That's not what every thing needs to be. If every company were to do AI for like the QA, I believe everything would try to be like the exact same as any other game, and not many people want that. So that's just my thing. Anywho, yeah. So QA testers, again, I think are a very crucial point of the a crucial part of the game industry, because then also look at games that come out and how super buggy they are and things like that. AI is not going to report that, or the person that is controlling the AI for it is not reporting it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think what it is, when they got rid of, like, when they started getting rid of QA testers, it's probably because of the pushback they got. When people were like, in the previous game, this was fine and everything, but then you guys added another feature in this game and it kind of destroys the previous thing, and people gave their thoughts about it. Because usually when you hire a QA tester, you're hiring them because they've had somewhat of experience playing that game, or they play that game a lot. That's what it is.
Have a problem with the media in general, how am I supposed to feel bad? This has been the mentality for well over a decade now, since Gamergate 1 back in 2014. This was written by Lee Alexander, who I talked about a few months ago, because you all may remember the walking space simulator that featured a woman of color in the lead. Lee Alexander wrote that game, and she's also somebody who's written pieces like this: gamers don't have to be your audience, gamers are over. Game culture as we know it is kind of embarrassing. It's not even culture, it's buying things, spackling over memes and in jokes repeatedly, and it's getting mad on the internet.
So this is what's not helping the, like, games journalists, mainstream games journalism. This is not helping their reputation at all. Mind you, there are some people that probably are out there that are good, but this is the example of why people don't like going to Kotaku. People don't like going to IGN. People don't like going to Eurogamer, things like that. Especially after what they did with Wukong, where they try to drag Wukong through the mud, saying that it's terrible. They lack diversification, not having women in it. Even though all you have to do is play Black Myth Wukong, like just play a little bit more into the game, and you'll see women in the game and stuff like that. So it's like they're just not helping their case. They're short-term brained when everybody else is like thinking longevity when it comes to stuff. We're done with the flash in the pan TikTok. Like, ooh, this is cool. Like, boom, this is good right now, but later on it doesn't matter, because we're in the here and now. No, we're now going back to, this is what we want long term. That's what the audience is talking about. This is what we want in the long term. We don't want a game that's hot right now. We want a game that's going to be that is going to be good now and get better over the years.
If you try to make your products appeal to a new audience and you push away the existing ones, you take and twist existing work, because that's all that cultural Marxists know how to do, and then you waste hundreds of millions of dollars on it, yeah, I, like millions of other people, am not going to run to your defense. And this post in Kotaku in Action had gained a little bit of traction. I've seen quite a few people talking about it, and the responses are exactly what you would expect from gamers. Turns out you actually need to tailor your product to your main audience in order to make money. Who'd have thought? This is the same kind of energy as air is bad for you. We just need to stop breathing. And then the next article is people are collapsing and dying due to the lack of oxygen. How could this happen? Alienating audiences for journalist clout. Would have been funny if it was the same writer too, but it's not. Still hilarious seeing these journalists whine from digging their own graves though. It will never cease to amaze me how these people making the games don't understand basic business. It's like the equivalent of running a KFC and removing the chicken off the menu in favor of vegan food and then whining about the loyal customer base deciding to go to Popeyes. Even inside the industry, and I mean high executive level, people are astonished, for example, by the decisions that led to the making of the new God of War for what it is. I've been told California in general is a joke that writes itself because nobody's keeping the activists in check. Yeah, because it's turned into California and has been for a long time. And at $500,000 a year total cost per head minimum for a senior and amenities and benefits and rent, it's easy to tell why development costs absolutely balloon and why people are losing their jobs. The industry is also very much coming around to understanding there's a lot of fat to lose with the costly and counterproductive multiple layers of management. It's sad because it's definitely not only blue-haired activists losing their jobs, it's also genuinely good people and motivated juniors. And I do agree there are going to be some good apples.
I want to say this, and I keep if the people if these companies really want to keep these people and everything, just have separate teams to work on separate games, separate titles. Do that. You don't need 10,000 developers. You don't need 10,000 developers to work on one single video game. You don't. Because then things get communication gets crossed, communication can get lost. And then there's design flaws because one person worked on one game or worked on one part of the game and another person worked on another part. And you could completely tell the difference when you play the game. You could tell who worked on what because nothing actually, like, not nothing, but like certain things do not flow when it comes to the game. It could be like, oh, the story is really good, but somehow the gameplay, it's not as what this character actually does. So it's like, say for instance, I don't know, you have somebody that's like a giant, like somebody like the Hulk, I guess, let's just say for example, but but somehow he can't pick up a boulder or pick up a car because the person that designed the character wasn't told, like, hey, they have the ability to do this or do that. Just for an example, I'm just giving just an example. But anyway, then it feels off, right? Because you're like, okay, you expect the Hulk. The Hulk is the Hulk. He's huge. He's super strong. He should be able to pick up a boulder like it's nothing. He should be able to pick up a car and just throw it like it's a frisbee, like it's nothing. But somehow he struggles to either do it or he can't pick up a boulder. Okay, something's wrong here. And then that's like, is that on the developer side? Is that on the writers? What's going on here? And also, let me back up. They're not able to do it in the game, but you see it in a cinematic. Let's put it that way. So then you're like, okay, that's on a developer, on a game designer. Yeah. And it's stuff like that does happen.
That are purged in the bunch because of all of the bad apples surrounding them.
Yeah.
But ultimately, right, we can't sit here and say, oh, it's awful and terrible and disgusting that the layoffs are happening just because a few good people in the industry may lose their jobs. We need change and we need it fast. And we've heard that a lot of the journos have lost their jobs. A lot of outlets are.
It's also shitty that, like, it's pretty bad when you have industry veterans of that company, like that's worked there for like 20 plus years, right? They have tenure, let's put it that way. That worked at these companies for so long, and then they're like, I'm leaving. I'm resigning. I don't want to work here anymore. Like, if I was working there, I would like the person that's resigning, that's been there for years, I would actually like to sit down with them. I don't know, have coffee or just, some water with them or something like that. And just and ask them like what was it that made them want to come up with the decision to resign, to leave and go somewhere else, because you never know, there could be some stuff that is pretty alarming that could be happening in the future for that said company, and the game may not do well, or the game industry or the studio may not do well, which might result in having layoffs.
basically on death's door. A lot of developers are getting laid off and a lot of projects are being canceled. And I think it needs to continue. And I think that we need the mentality within the industry to shift. They need to actually be making products for their paying customers, and they need to stop being so narcissistic. And if you only want to focus on making a product for yourself, maybe go and make a indie game with you and a team of 3 other people. Don't ask big companies for a lot of money because, well, let's be
Yeah,
fair, only
that's
a
also another
handful
thing.
of people are going to buy your experience. So
That's also another thing. Like when it comes to new games and stuff, it shouldn't be like $100 million budget. It should be like 20 million. It should be like a $20 million budget.
I am certain
If they're saying, if people say that's not enough, because of how many people you have on your team, well, that means you need to cut your team down.
we are going to continue to see
Or if you're up top, guess what? You need to take a pay cut.
articles written like this in the future. But it's just very interesting that a decade ago, this same outlet was saying, oh, gamers don't have to be your audience. Gamers are over. And now they're complaining that gamers are not showing up to support them, not showing up to buy their games. And all I can really say is FAFO. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
And there you go. There you go. Yeah, it's insane. Let's see what were some people were saying. As if any of us would defend the same activists who deliberately told us straight to our faces that they hate us. As the saying goes, you make your bed, now you lie in it. Yeah. Hey, Mystic, what up? Sadu. Sadu. No modern audience to the rescue? Nope, because they're all invisible. In my 45, somebody said, in my 45 years of gaming, I played while the industry collapsed in the 80s. I played while the industry recovered. I played while the industry was thriving. I've played while the industry was the most popular thing ever. I'm playing while the industry is about to crash again. And I will be playing along after the current industry is gone and forgotten. True. Yep, that is true. So just dropping in on the big homie. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hopefully everything is good with you. Hopefully everything is good and well with you. Yeah, we're just looking at stuff that's going on in the game industry, you know, AI stuff that's happening, all those fun stuff. So I'm chilling, man. Are you still working or is your thing over? Picked up the Battlefield recently to see what they were cooking after I left. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, so you did leave. So your contract did end. Oh man. Well, I mean, you got like what? Yeah, 6 months. You should be able to get back in, right? Oh. I saw somebody that we worked with. It was on LinkedIn. I saw somebody that we worked with got a job at Undead Labs, and I was like, "Oh, cool." And then they said, "Yeah, they got a job. They got a job at Undead Labs as a QA tester." And I asked them. I said, "Oh, what did you tell them?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, that we did this. We were a play tester for Apex and stuff like that." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And they were like, "Oh, did you apply for it?" I was like, "Yeah." And I told them everything, basically what you told me. And they said, "What happened?" I said, "They refused to hire me because they said I wasn't because when I worked at EA, I wasn't the QA where I would go in and try to break everything." Because that's what we were told not to do. They said, you guys are playtesting the game and everything and just like reporting the bugs, obviously recording and everything, reporting the bugs and stuff and setting it to QV. But you're not like going in and intentionally breaking the game. They're like, that's what we're looking for. So when they told me, like when I told them about that, they were like, wait, what? I was like, yeah, technically we got overqualified. Like technically I'm overqualified or I'm not qualified enough, because they're like, yeah, your resume, you shipped 2 games because well, Apex technically, like, even though the game is already out, but like the seasons, like you shipped multiple seasons of a game and you shipped Battlefield 6. But the thing is, you only have a year of experience, so that's the hard part. And I told him, I was like, yeah, the only reason why I didn't, do the whole thing where I'm intentionally breaking the game, because that's what we were told not to do, and I'm not trying to get fired for being extra, you know. That is something like I've learned over the years about just things in general. It's like, yeah, I know people say always do the, like, you know, always take the extra step to do stuff. I get it. But there are some people that are like, don't do that, because if you do the extra stuff, like if you try to take the extra step and do things, bad stuff happens, or something that they don't like. Let's put it that way. And I don't know, maybe it's because they probably saw my YouTube channel, because they asked me what I do on the side and stuff, and I said, oh, I do content creation stuff too. Like I'll talk about the game industry and things like that. And to be fair, there are some stuff that is a bit controversial when it comes to these companies. But hey, I'm not saying like, oh, this is facts, this is what's happening. I'm literally just pulling up articles and reading it. That's it. I'm just pulling up articles and be like, oh, this is what they're saying, okay. And then I try to like reason with it, where it's like, oh, the game, like Battlefield's not performing well, and I was like, I wonder why it's not performing well. Do they not have QA? Is it because is it possibly that, you know, some of the stuff that has been discussed from QAs to the developers, is it actually being taken in and like being adjusted? Is it not? Like, when that happens, is, you know, when they gotta tell it to leadership, are they being approved by it, or is leadership ignoring it? I'm just asking the possibilities. Like, what are the possibilities that something like that happens? That's it. Or like when it's sheer common sense, when they said, oh, when activists, you know, make a game and they're like, oh, our game didn't sell well, and it's like, oh, I wonder why. And then you go look at their LinkedIn, and then they talk about a whole bunch of shit, you know. Even though I'm not on the playtesting team, I still do have some insight on the state of it. I mean, I don't have like insider stuff. I don't. But just from playing the game itself, there are certain issues that, how want to say it? There are some issues that, again, and those that don't know, Mystic is somebody I used to work with when we QA'd for Apex and Battlefield. In Battlefield, he was actually my wingman in Battlefield. When we're like, oh, this map has jets in it, he's always flying, I'm flying, things like that. But yeah, it was. But there's issues that we had. Yeah, there's issues that we had in Battlefield that we would address our opinions on. And you were there in the meeting when I was talking about RedSec and like how it just, I was like, being honest, it just feels very generic. I was like, the tanks is gonna be a problem unless you do like limited stuff for it and things like that. And they didn't like that. And I remember we got the talking. Well, they talked to me about it, about how we shouldn't be stepping on the developers' toes and so. I'm like, you're having me QA a game that I love, that I want it to be good, because the previous one didn't do so well, you know. And they're talking about, oh, we want to bring it back to the old Battlefield and stuff, but then realizing when I left, because I left in my contract ended June of 2025, so that means in a few months later, when the game was coming out, they did the event, and it's like 60%, 70% of the people there are Call of Duty players, and I'm like, where's the Battlefield people? There's like some that are there, but like, where's the Battlefield people? And then when they were like, oh, then they invited Apex content creators and stuff as well, and I'm like, okay. So they're really trying to sell this battle royale thing. They're really trying to sell this. But we all see it. We all see what happened there. So anyway. Let's see. I have my people on the inside, but what I will say is that on our side over here, they ain't hiring the best workers. Dude, and that's why I just get so pissed off about it, because then people are like, how is this game is so buggy, it's so terrible, and this and that. What are the QA testers doing? And I'm just like, bro, like, I tell people, I'm like, because I used to QA, I'm like, bro, a lot of people voice their opinions about it. They know how they feel about it. Lone Wolf, what's going on? Like, a lot of people voice their opinions about it, talk about it, and things like that. But the thing is, nobody, like, it falls upon deaf ears, if that makes sense. That's what's going on. Also the playtesting teams designed Rocket Man. Playtest teams designated Rocket Man. Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Every time I saw Swag open his mouth, I got so upset. Oh yeah, when he was like, they need to do this, they need to put this in here, they need to add more. When he said they need to add kill streaks and stuff, I was like, shut up, just shut up. I remember that because I remember that's when I purchased my ticket to well, not that, but I purchased my ticket to TwitchCon, like when we were still working at EA. And then I remember he had a meet and greet, and I went and confronted him. I said, yo, I was like, Swag. And he's like, what's up? I was like, I know you're Call of Duty. I was like, I'm Battlefield. And he's like, oh. I was like, what's going on, man? Like, what's going on here? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, you talking about this and this and the game. I'm like, you gotta have the games be separate. If the game ain't for you, it just ain't for you. I was like, yeah, because when he was talking about, oh, if I see a tank, I'm running the other way. I'm like, bro, just pull out an RPG and you blow that thing up. And I was like, what do you run? He's like, support class. I was like, oh, because you use the ammo bag and use the supply bag. He's like, yeah. I was like, because you get ammo and heal yourself, right? And he's like, yeah. I was like, I get it. And that's why. And the funny thing is, we even said it in the meeting now, and now there are people in the community saying it. Support. They need to separate the ammo from the health. Give assault the medical bag, and then give support the ammo bag. And I was like, guys, and that's why I just sit back and just smile, because I'm like, everything that people are talking about now, we've already talked about this before even the alpha was out. We were talking about this in prototype. And then the weapon sling, oh, now it's not much of a problem now, because not many people use it because realizing the ammo. That was an issue. Let's see. They nuked all the good testers in favor of saving money because they didn't want to promote us. Oh yeah. What was it? Because Apex. Okay, so Apex. I know we lost for North America. We lost ours. We lost ours to Bogota team, even though they were with us, right? We lost ours because they can pay them the $15 an hour, and that $15 an hour in Colombia is like some pretty good money. For us, it's like we kind of have to still have to work at like a second job, which sucks. What else? Yeah, and then like the same thing with Battlefield. Battlefield, they didn't went to the Tropics team. And then I was like, literally, North America doesn't have any QA testers. And the shitty thing is, like, I can look at LinkedIn, I can look on Hitmarker, all that stuff, Indeed, and looking at QA testing positions, they're all out of country. They all, like, either you have to be in like the Philippines, you have to be in like Europe and all this. I'm like, so people, they're giving QA tester positions to people like from places that they can pay less. And I was like, that's not right. Meaning I was known for using the RPG as like a sniper or shotgun among testers and devs. Oh, I know. And I remember Crush. Was it Crush? Yeah, I remember Crush running around with the shotgun. I remember Crush using the shotgun, and I was like, bro, they need to fix the shotgun, because remember the buckshot can shoot like when we were playing. I think it was Battery, which is what was it, Iberian Offensive? You can just like cross map somebody with a shotgun that has buckshot in it. Yeah. And we found out the buckshots were basically slugs. It was good times. It was good times. Yeah. Yeah. No shoes with the C4 drum. Everybody running the P90 because it was 50 rounds in it. And like each round did like 50, like it was like 50 or 60 damage. And we're like, dude, this is ridiculous. And we're like, basically, if I could go back, I would. Bro, I would go back in a heartbeat. And here's the thing, I would still say the same thing. I would still voice my opinions the same things ever. Like I even showed them the examples of the tanks in Battlefield 5's Firestorm, their very first battle royale that they did. I was like, if you guys incorporated this into RedSec, it would make things a lot better. And that's why you're seeing in Battlefield 6 for RedSec, if you look at solos, they took out the tanks. And I'm like, if you were to make the tanks limited, where it's like, oh, when you open up the thing, there's like a shelf, it has a crate of ammo. That's the only ammo that you get. And then you got like a jerry can of fuel. That's the only fuel you get. After that, when you run out of fuel, it just sits there. If you run out of ammo, you don't have ammo until you open up another one. Like if you do that, it'll be worthwhile. That way you do, like, people are incentivized to do missions, and also that prevents people from staying in a what do you call it? Staying in a tank the whole game and driving around. It makes sense. Like when it comes to Warzone, like when Warzone first came out and people were playing solos, like everybody was driving the big Berthas, the trucks, the diesel trucks. I'm like, you know, a way to mitigate this? And they said, what? And I was like, all you have to do is just make that vehicle limited, meaning the game, like the vehicle actually runs on fuel. And if you don't have fuel, like in your inventory or something like that, and your vehicle runs out, guess what? It just doesn't drive anymore. I was like, adding that one little thing would have saved like so much issues. But and the reason why I told them this, because again, this was in Battlefield 5. This was something that they already incorporated before. So it's like, why not do it again? Maybe it's from other developers, but still, it'd be something nice, or it had been very helpful. And then the bridging of RedSec and multiplayer, they're kind of doing it, which I'm happy, I will say. I'm actually happy that they're doing it, especially with this the Top Gun event, because they have a mode that I believe is in RedSec. Yeah, there's like a RedSec mode, and then or Gauntlet mode, and then also there's content in multiplayer. So I'm like, okay, that can kind of tie together. I like that. After the team left, we had a 2-week phase of testing if tanks were broken or not, and we said similar stuff. Yeah. If I was like, if there was like no consequence of me being able to show the history of my Slack messages and like all my reports and stuff, if I was able to just show that, like just put it on, like, I don't know, the subreddit or just even on Twitter, like, I bet you a good amount of people would see Battlefield a lot differently. They'd be like, so there were people that were really voicing their thoughts and their opinions about it, about this issue. And it's like, or about things that could possibly happen, which eventually did happen. But I'm trying not to be like the old crazy conspiracy person when they're like, I told you I was right. You know, try not to be that. But I mean, seeing the game, what's happening with it now, there's connection issues. Like, yeah, there's like connection issues and stuff now where I'm getting, like, for me, I'm getting packet loss. So I want to show it. Do I have an example? I do. Let's try it. What was it? Studio. Oh, not studio. Go back. All right, go here. Shorts. Yeah, it was in shorts. Okay.
Team at least.
All All right, so yeah. So let's see. Whenever I see people criticize the game, I just remind myself that I did all I can and it's out of my hands. It's same thing, and it's just like it's just upsetting. It's just upsetting to me. Okay, so this is what I was arguing about and everything like that, and I post this everywhere trying to get people's eyes on it. But basically this. Oh no, come on, wrong time. This is the shit I'm talking about with this packet loss. They need to fix that shit. Look at that. That's great. Free kill. I am pulling the trigger. Look at this. I'm literally pulling the trigger. Using M44 and an SDK. Not ideal. Come on. There it goes. Come on. See the bullshit there? Game at least. And the thing is, my character just sits there. So now when I see people, like when people are playing, and I'm like, why are they standing there? Why are they sitting there? And I'm like, oh, they're going through a pack loss too. Because their character just sits there. They can take damage and all that stuff. I've never had this, like, and again, I never had this problem before the 1330 update, before they did season 4. Never had a problem. And just and now, like, when they did that update out of nowhere, now I'm getting packet loss like crazy. And people were trying to say it was the, like, oh, maybe it's your hardware and stuff. Maybe you're not connected to the internet or your internet connection. I'm like, I'm on PC. I am hardwired on the PC. Also I played it on Xbox. It's hardwired on Xbox as well. I'm getting packet loss on both. And then they're like, oh, maybe it's your internet. Nope, I did a ping test and everything. Ping test is fine. I did multiple ping tests. All were A pluses. So what is going on? It is issues with the server. Let's see here. But I will say that I told the devs to make the golf carts drivable because they weren't playing to let people drive them. I know, and I was like, I still remember that one. I remember we played Eastwood, and I was like, oh look, cool. There's the golf carts, and I'm like, why can't we get in them? I was like, let us have a little bit of fun at least. Like I remember in Battlefield 4, like we had Wake Island, and they were like, it wasn't even necessary, but like there's Wake Island there, and they're like, oh, there's a skid loader. You can drive the skid loader. In 2042, you can drive a tuk-tuk if you can find it. So it's like, give us something a little fun to drive. Okay, look, golf cart. 4 people can drive it. Oh, hell yeah. Or 4 people can ride in it. Heck yeah. So I'm glad that they did that. Damn, mine hasn't been that bad yet. This reminds me of the Dark Ages during pre-alpha playtest. Yeah. And again, it's just like, don't get me wrong. I like what they're doing. And again, this is where the passion, again, it's just like the passion stuff for me, right? I like Battlefield. I want to see it succeed. The thing I don't want it to go down is the route where they just keep adding content and avoiding the problems that have been looming for quite a while. Like you can do this. You can do the Top Gun collaboration. You can do another collaboration later on, and then another one, and another one, another one. But if we're still getting packet loss issues, we're still getting what do you call it? If we're getting packet loss issues, if we're still having issues with the gameplay, the TTK, like netcode, servers, if we're still having those issues, that's not going to, like, all that future content is not going to mean anything if people can't play the game. And that's why I'm like, there was somebody, I'm not sure if it was in a YouTube video or something, or it was in that YouTube short. or if it was on TikTok, I can't remember. But they they need to stop putting out content and just work and fix the stuff. And I said, and I was being honest, I said only one can hope. Only one can hope. Because again, it does suck that it does suck that like people want to play the game, they want to enjoy themselves, but there's issues that are preventing them from doing it. Issues that they didn't have in the past. So, actually, hold on. Let me see something. I haven't looked in a while. Hey, T, what's going on? I'm just happy they finally added naval combat. Yo, dude, I remember we were all talking about it. They're like, dude, the only boats that we can use are in RedSec, and we don't, and like you could barely use it. And then they're like, oh yeah, naval warfare. We do. I remember we were all harping on that. We're like, we need to bring back. They need to bring back carrier assault from Battlefield 4. We need to have boats. I was like, I told them, I was like, dude, I missed the F-18. Bring the F-18 back. And I was like, I still remember the mission going hunting in Battlefield 3. I was like, if you could somehow make that where it's a 2-seater, that'd be cool. And then we see the trailer and it's a 2-seater. I'm like, sick. There's some more interesting stuff about it. So all right. I wanted to take a look at this. Yep. I hope they are balanced. Oh, the jets or what? All the pilots are gone from the playtest team. I know. Bro, if they just extended us for like another year. Actually, no, because I wouldn't. Give me 2 more years. Give me 2 more years. Let my contract end in December of this year. Like everybody's contracts have it end December of this year. Bro, we would have. Oh, things would have been so crazy. Because I'd be like, Mystic, hey, you're on my team. Cool. Hey, get on. Get in. You're riding. You're in the backseat, and then when I die, we flip flop. Oh man, that would have been so cool. So cool. Yeah, and now seeing stuff with like. Honestly, I'm gonna put it this way. I don't know what's going on now, but it just seems like whoever is still testing the game or like whoever's developing the game still. I feel like they don't like jets. For a while, we have not seen any love for the jets except we got air radar finally. But other than that, we got a patrol boat that can shoot a missile and lock onto a jet or a helicopter from over 800 meters away. Helicopters are like little birds are cool, but flying the attack choppers, they still feel heavy. But they were fixed when like post launch. They felt nice, and now they're back to being heavy again. Like they're hiring 60-year-olds for 2 weeks at a time over here. Like for EA, like for Battlefield is. Here's the, I don't have a problem with like people being hired at a young age. Cool. Yeah, like I don't mind people being hired like, you know, at a young age. Get a good jump start in your career. That's cool. But we got to have a background of like what games are you playing? Like, are you playing Call of Duty? Great. Okay, we're gonna put you in Battlefield. No, like don't. I understand like you have a little bit of it, but like we need some people from Battlefield. Like if I had enough money to do it, I would. If I had enough money to move just so I can be on the Tropic team, if I had enough money to move just so I can apply and be on the Tropic team, dude, I would. Oh man, I would. It's not the age, but how are you supposed to get good feedback if they ain't familiar with the game and it only got 2 weeks? Exactly. They ain't even hiring gamers, bro. Dude, I still remember. Okay, remember the first the trailer that they had where it was like Cairo is like the Siege of Cairo. It was like kind of like not gameplay, but it was like a cinematic trailer of Battlefield when that was released to the public. I laugh every time when we see that because I'm like, bro, we were playing this, like we were actually in this QA test. We're in this, and they're like, it's funny how everything looks so cinematic, like, and like how people aren't shooting at each other and jump sliding and stuff. I was like, yeah, because we were told not to do it, and somebody was like, what? And I was like, yeah. They're like, hey, we're trying to do a trailer. Let's, you know, they're like, we want to capture some cool parts of it. So there's certain things that we cannot do. So you can't see. That's why you don't see anybody jump sliding. You don't see anybody like trying like bunny hopping or anything like that. Cause I was like, when we were playing, it was getting hectic. But it made me laugh because I remember when somebody blew up the building because somebody shot an RPG and it hit the building and the building collapsed. Or the side of the building collapsed in Cairo. I was like, I remember that was Shadow that did that. She was like, oh my goodness, half of the building could collapse because she shot the building. It blew up, and I was on the other team, and it collapsed and fell on me, and I died. I was like, if they actually had the kill log in there, they would show that I got crumbled by the building. I was like, that's her. That was her shot right there. Yeah, people just people to make up numbers. Yeah, they either shoot the trailers without us because we play too sweaty, or they tell us to bot out. Yeah, like I remember playing what was it, Red Sec, and they're like, hey, this is gonna be a no kill one. I was like, okay, so what are we doing in Red Sec? And they're like, oh, we're just testing out stuff. I was like, okay, and that's when I was just flying the helicopter around. Dude, oh my god. I mean, it's Myrick Valley. We know it's Myrick Valley, but remember Tungsten? The way how they did Tungsten, I wish they had that version in the live. That was sick. I still got a clip of me killing Tactical Brit during the reveal event. That's great. I remember playing Red Sec with Jack Frags. And I killed him. You mean the OG version? Yes. Where they had like because you had the houses on the Pax Armada side, you had the houses and stuff. That's a point to capture. Then there was like over in the north, there was like a construction yard. In south, there was like a little fob area. And if you capture the construction area, you get a attack chopper, and then you capture the little base area, you get a attack chopper as well. And if one team, if a team captures both those points, that's 2 helicopters that they get. I was like, bro, that was sick. That was cool. And I just keep wondering like why they took that, like why they changed that. And then on top of that, Blackwell Fields was freaking massive. I don't have the, obviously because it's on the EA computer, the work computer, but I still had the clip where we were flying, you were shooting somebody down, and then I flew so close next. I was like next to you. Like you're like, I remember you're banking left and coming in, and I just whoop like that. And I was like, this is so cool. We were just like flying like that, bro. And then I almost got hit by a missile. Or I almost got hit by an RPG. Because I just remember I remember Shadow, she hit us up in Slack. She said, who are the 2 flying the jets? And I was like, oh, that was me and Mystic. You know, like it looked so cool. It looked like it was an air show. I was like,
I was like, we were just doing some fancy flying. I was like, but then when we were when we played against each other, you knew things got personal. I was like, oh, we got another person in the jet. Now I'm shit when I fly jets. Still one of my fondest memories. I know. It's just, again, it just feels so unreal that, you know, if you look at the credits now that we are still in there, like, that's cool. Apex, not anymore. But that's why I screenshotted. Black Widow was actually such a disappointment. Yeah. Because they didn't let us play because they didn't let us play Conquest for months because they wanted to test Sabotage. There was another. I'm not even sure if we're allowed to say it, but there was Sabotage. We did the crates, but I remember before it used to be like a little radar station that we had. I remember that. Then we found out how broken it was because of engineers repairing it. I heard you argued about that. We're like, all right, engineers, just stay on it or use the EOD bot. Stay on it and just keep repairing it. And they kept shooting RPGs and running out of RPGs. So I remember that. And then we found the workaround. Just recon with C4. Throw on an M4 or a P90. Go in there with the or shotgun and go in there with C4. Just throw it in there and boom. I still remember. What do you call it? There's just so much. It was awesome. Yeah, I wish I had all the clips on my work PC, man. I did too. I still remember the one where Shadow and I were trying to cross map each other with the PSR in Firestorm. I chatted her. I was like, can you see the glint? And she's like, yeah, I can see it. I was like, try shooting at that. We tried shooting at each other, and then we tried. And she's like, oh, I got it. I was like, how far was that? She's like, oh, it's like 1,500 meters. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then we kept going back and forth. We're like, hey, you want to keep going back and forth? She's like, yeah. The SV98, I was like, even though I was grinding that gun and everything, SV98, I will always say that's Shadow's weapon. That is her gun. Because I remember I'm like, how the hell are you just sniping people like that? Then we found out there's no bullet drop for it for such a long time. That was great. But yeah, after any team left, the team felt so soulless, man. Dude, we all wanted to stay. I remember, dude, I still remember this song's not helping either, but I remember it just hurt so much for us, and like hearing it from Q as well, from Q telling us, and then also from Eric, like it hurt us so much. Like we just felt the pain in their voices, like yeah, we're being stand down or something like that, like, you know. I was like, dude, if I was even like, if I was barely in the oh god, what was it called? Yeah, if I was in the I can't remember. I can't remember now. But it was fun. I just remember when we had our schedules are like Tuesdays and Thursdays. We'll have like we'll have a few hours to play test Battlefield, and I was excited. Everybody else was like, oh. I was like, finally, I get a time to, like, you know, get to relax a little bit, so I'm not getting destroyed by movement and everything. But yeah, no more Discord VCs. Everyone was quiet, and barely anyone wanted to come in. Yeah. I still have the Discord, but usually it's like this is me personally. Usually I'm up around this time playing and streaming and stuff, and then after that I just fall asleep. I just rack out. I see Bebop in there. I see Bebop in there, and I see D. She's still in there. Yeah, I still, like, I come in and I still look at stuff, so it's pretty cool. But yeah. Crush, Glitch, and Vert used to make me miserable when they got given Octane. Dude, I still remember when oh gosh, I can't remember his name. We were doing there was times when we got pulled to do playtesting for Titanfall 2. I can't remember his name. If I see the name, I'll remember. I'll be like, oh yeah, this is the guy. But I remember we were playing. That dude was just going insane. But we were playtesting the servers for Titanfall 2, and I was like, wait, are we getting a Titanfall 3 or something? Like, is this what's going on? They're like, no, we're actually expanding the servers for Titanfall 2. And I was like Titanfall 2, old Titanfall 2. And he said, yeah. I was like, that is sick. I still, here and there, like, I'll still play, like, what do you call it? The Frontier mode, the Horde mode that they have. It's just fun. It's a fun time. Yeah, I say hi in the VC sometimes and show up for the movie nights. Yeah, I need to, honestly, I need to show back up in there. There's times when I talked to Eric. I remember the last time was with Battlefield Labs, and we were doing a season preview in Battlefield Labs. And you know, on Steam you can change your name and everything. And I put APT Alpha. You know, because I saw people from Tropic Team, you know, the BPT and stuff, and I was talking to them and everything. It was oh my god, who was it? I saw War in there. I saw Galactic. I saw her, like, she's on my squad and everything. She's like, Alpha. I was like, hey, what's going on? But then I got to talk to from Eric, and he was like, did you change your name? And I was like, I did. And he's like, yeah, you can't do that. He's like, people were freaking out over here because of yeah. They're like, yeah, people over here were freaking out because they're like APT, and they're like, who's APT? I thought we got rid of the Apex team because that was North America. And I was like, oh, and I was like, my bad, I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, just don't do that again. I was like, okay, I'm good. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, it's just cool to see. And the thing is, it sucks because, like, it's cool that they're working there. I'm glad they're still working. It just sucks because, like, now I'm on the other side of the wall, where it's like, with us, we can talk to each other in Discord and communicate and stuff like that. And when we had content creators come in, we couldn't talk to them. We weren't allowed to talk to them because the possible leak of information, things like that. And now it's on the other side where I'm like, guys, I miss you guys, you know, this and that, and they can't say anything. And I'm just like, I forgot. Damn it. I'm like, damn it. So I heard about that, and I was so jealous because that was when we were stuck playing the old poopy red sec for 2 months straight. Yeah. And we're like, all right, guys, where are we landing? Where we want to go? Let's go over here. All right, we don't have a car. Well, we're walking. And then we found out everybody was like, hey, everybody, let's just hot drop downtown. Because there's at least buildings and stuff there, so we'll do stuff there. So, but now it's cool to see that RedSec, they're adding POIs. I will give them that. So I think it's this upcoming week on the Top Gun update, or phase 3. RedSec is getting the aircraft carrier added, so I'm like, okay, that's cool. So yeah, honestly, I don't know. I might have played. I don't know. I was gonna say, I think I played a Labs and I saw War. I don't know, but War is such a, you know, very common. You know, I found out that I was on a team with Jack Frags during the reveal event, but he was on a special account. Yeah, dude, I still remember when we were doing the showcasing for E District on Apex. I was with Lulu. And then we went against Timmy, and I was like, oh shit. And then we played. Then another game we played against, like, Jen Burton too, and I was like, bro. I was typing. I was like, big fan. I'm a fan of you guys' stuff. I was like, oh man, it's one of those things. Like, it was kind of like, old school like YouTube is like, oh my goodness, we're in a game with so and so who's really good, dude. We're gonna get crushed. This is gonna be awesome. But yeah, it was cool. Like doing all that stuff. But yeah, it just sucks that QA is just like an afterthought. And again, like I harp on it. I know there's probably other people too, but like I harp on it like, dude, it's if you take that job seriously and if you really are passionate about that game, like, and you want it to be good, oh, there's gonna be stuff that's gonna be said that people aren't gonna like. But it's like it's to try to make the game better. Like you want like people that have experience of playing the game for a while, like yeah. What I like is another game I'm excited to play is War Dogs. War Dogs I'm excited to play. There's so many like this year is so weird, but this year there's so many games I want to play. I'm still playing Battlefield, right? I'm still playing Battlefield. Gears of War, E-Day, Ace Combat 8, and War Dogs. Like I'm excited. I killed Lulu on Battlefield, and she killed Imperial Hal on Apex before, and since he was #1 pred, and I killed the person who killed him, that makes me #1 pred on Apex. An IQ on an IQ too high. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Oh man. All right. Before we get carried away, I wanted to react to another video. Okay. This one is Jack Frags. I want to see what he is talking about with Battlefield. This one is called Battlefield is Making Mistakes Again. So make sure to, if you guys haven't, I've been talking to him in the Battlefield creator Discord and stuff. And again, if you guys are content creators and you really love Battlefield, I highly recommend trying to apply for it and get into it. It's fun. It is awesome. There are some amazing people in there. I talked to was it Chuck? There's Wolf, there is Enders. I talked to all of them and like just asking them about content and like about the game and things like that. So it's awesome. It's really cool. But yeah, let's see what Jack Frags has to talk about when it comes to this, because
now before we get into the
I have my thoughts about some stuff, but I'm gonna wait later on in my later on in a video or something, or I'm gonna wait until later on until I'm able to say something.
bad stuff in today's video. I'm going to talk about some good stuff that we had.
I like how real Enders is with his content. Yeah, I do too. People hate him for it. I'm like, dude, I was like, it's genuine passion. It's literally passion when it comes to it. Like I remember I talked to him about Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 being really good. And he was like, I was like, it felt great when the game released. And he said, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I was like, I will say this, I was coming from console. I was on the Xbox 360, Xbox One. And he was like, oh, I was like, on the console side, it felt nice. It felt great. And he's like, what were you? And I was like, I was a Rush player. You guys know how I feel about Breakthrough. Those that have been here for a while, they know how I feel about Breakthrough, and the way how it's being handled. But he was like, oh, okay. He said, what was the first game that you played? The first Battlefield game? I said, Battlefield 2 Modern Combat on the 360, because that was the first Battlefield that they ported over to console. And he's like, oh shit. And I was like, yeah. I was like, technically I'm an OG. Like, yeah, my content, like, YouTube and all that, the content doesn't show it, but I was like, if you pull up my EA stats, like I had the badges and everything. Yeah. I even played Battlefield Heroes, which was like a little tiny game. So, might not agree 100% of his takes, but I like how unapologetic he is. He's just honest. He's just straightforward with it. And yeah, there's some times where I disagree with some of his stuff, but I'm like, I'll hear the guy out.
I think it's worth mentioning. So a couple of days ago, Battlefield released a Wake Island gameplay trailer up on YouTube about an hour.
I need to start doing content like this
Before all the War Dog stuff went out. And this trailer is awesome. I think it's cool. It reminds me of the old BF3, BF4 trailers where they mainly focused on gameplay. It's kind of got this real gameplay vibe to it, but of course,
I noticed the look of it. It does have that gritty look of Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4. Mainly Battlefield 3. It has that, you know what I mean? It looks, because like how it looks, some of it looks like pretty dark. I think that's what it is.
these are like scripted scenarios. So I think what they do is they get a load of devs and QA testers and go, right, you do this, you do that, 3, 2, 1, action. And then they go do the thing.
He knows ball.
It's meant to be like a continuous gameplay section. Really cool. And I think it demonstrates what peak Battlefield can be when it's working at its maximum.
But then the downside is everybody knows with Battlefield, like with this, they're like, you know, they had to like sequence this or like script it out or something like that, because you don't see anybody in this trailer sliding around, like hopping around a corner or anything like that. You don't see anybody doing that.
Chaotic energy.
You don't see an RPG flying up out a helicopter.
Yeah, you don't want this all the time, but when you've got all of the ingredients in there, the land, sea, the air, combining together in a fantastic map like Wake Island, sometimes it feels like this. So props to the trailer team. As always, they absolutely nail it. In terms of new stuff in
I was in something like that with Lando Norris when he played. Yeah, it was like that when we did the first trailer for Battlefield.
this particular trailer, we got to see like uncut footage, I suppose, the first ever time that they've showed it of the two-seater jets. So August 18th, Wake Island's coming out, and it's going to have these awesome two-seater jets in it. We had these back in BF2. I don't think we've had them since.
Nope.
So it's nice that they're coming back. And
because I didn't have a PC, I didn't play BF2. Since I didn't have a PC, I didn't play BF2. So this was all new for me. Some people were like, dude, this is so good to come back to it. So I wonder what BF2 was like.
it looks like the second seat gets a couple of different missiles to fire and use. Absolutely.
Wait, Eric told me to come out to the playtest I was in. Wait, to come out the playtest I was in and get in that fly jet. Nice.
Badass dogfighting section, this with the flares and the lock-ons, just reminds me of the BF3 single player level, which is maybe that's the vibe that they were going for, but it looks sick. And these new jets are going to have loadouts as well, which is super exciting. And the other main new thing, I suppose, was that we get to see the new reticles. So if you've played a lot of BF6, you may have noticed this. The strength of the reticles isn't great, and sometimes you can lose the red dot, you can lose the hollow sight, and the visibility is not great on them. But obviously DICE have heard that feedback, and in this trailer you actually can see the updated ones, and they look way better, way thicker, easier to see. So I'm glad that that's going to be coming, I presume, again in the August 18th update. They also posted that they're adding
it's like they strengthened the opacity. That's what it looks like. So now it's like solid, because I know currently I think when you aim, it's like you can see like little dots, like parts that are missing of it. Cool. So now I can go back to my blue dot sight. Nice.
a ADS dispersion crosshair to the game. So this will essentially show you the amount of spread that you're having and give you a better understanding of how your accuracy changes while you're moving and while you're shooting and what's happening with that. By default, it's going to be off, but on in the firing range, and you can turn it on in multiplayer if you want to. And the other really neat thing that I saw was this for Portal. I know we don't often get much Portal news, but they've slowly been building on it and adding to it over time, and it's turning into perhaps something that you think Portal should be in your imagination, rather than what it has been up to this point in time, which is just massively undervalued and underused. But check this out, introducing the Portal Advanced Editor program. The Advanced Editor is where selected Portal creators gain access to new experimental tools, including baked lighting and terrain editing. These additions improve visual fidelity through baked lighting, improve performance.
If they were to do like what Bungie did, or not Bungie, what 343 did. No, Bungie did it with Halo 3, but like what 343 did, with these Portal creators, like what they should do is they should be able to take the popular maps or modes, take that and actually put it into like an official, make it an official thing. Like put it into like it's like in a multiplayer playlist, be like limited time event of this, and it's like just to like promote it. And then after after a certain amount of time, remove it and be like, just remove it from the little front page thing and be like, this can still be found in Portal with this code, blah blah blah.
And unlock new creative possibilities by allowing creators to reshape landscapes through height map editing and terrain shader painting with materials such as grass, dirt, and rock. This is awesome, and this is a massive step forward for Portal, because a lot of those custom maps that people make, you know how bad they look. It's because the lighting in BF6 is pre-baked, and when you start adding new geometry, it doesn't look right because it doesn't have the real-time lighting in it. But now it's
Honestly, I'd rather have the baked. To me personally, I'd rather have the baked lighting than anything else, because then that real-time lighting could cause stability issues and mess up frames, can mess up brightness, things like that.
it's going to give people the ability to use baked lighting, so the maps are going to look good, in theory just as good as the base game maps if they put enough effort into it. But the other massive part of this, of course, like I just said, is the terrain editing. So you're just going to be able to create brand new maps, basically. That's incredible. And they've got the grass, the dirt, and the rock as well, so you'll be able to add things and make it look professional. Epic. I love this, and I'm glad that they're doing it. Kind of weird that they're only rolling it out to a few people to start. I think everyone should have access to this. Maybe there's a particular
Just for testing purposes, to see like how well it's going to do, and then if people are more interested in it, it's just like a sample. Anybody that's really, if people put out some good stuff and like people are really interested in it, then they'll probably open up to more.
reason for that, I don't know, but by the time the next Battlefield game comes out, let's say October, November next year, Portal might be a completely different beast and full of insane features. So we'll have to see. But great news for Portal.
The game's been feeling good for me recently. Super Reef, I think, has been a fantastic hit. Gormud, great as well. Looking forward to Wake Island. Now, we're going to talk about the bad stuff too, because it's not all sunshine and roses. So, this whole situation, I think, is weird. It's a little bit dumb, and I don't really understand all of the reasons that they're doing it. I can take a few guesses, and I'm going to make some assumptions, but here we go. So, last week, Battlefield removed some smaller game modes from the custom search. Rush and King of the Hill, for example. And of course, this annoyed some players because maybe those are the only game modes that they play. Rush, for example, me personally, I don't play it much in BF6. I don't think Rush has been very good in Battlefield since Bad Company 2, when they actually had custom maps designed for that specific game mode.
Wait, hold on.
Battle.
Let me back
Me
up.
personally, I don't play it much in BF6. I don't
Because in BF6 it's 12v12 and it's not is it 12 I think it was 12v12. It just wasn't, it didn't seem like there was a lot of players. The maps, the player count compared to the maps wasn't right, because if you play Breakthrough, it's 24v24. Some of them is like 32, which is a pretty good size. When you only have 12v12, it feels like you can barely find anybody, and that's why people didn't play it. And then on top of that, the whole like they front loaded bots a lot into the game, so people got sick and tired of it and went and played Breakthrough.
think Rush has been very good in Battlefield since Bad Company 2, when they actually had custom maps designed for that specific game mode. BF3.
Now I will say, he might say it, but BF3 I think was better because they told, like, when they were doing like the progression of Rush, it felt like it told a story. If you're playing Tehran Highway, if you're playing Tehran Highway, you would capture an outpost, and then after we capture the outpost, you'd go down to the city and you see like jets and stuff fly over Tehran, and there, you see some bombings and stuff. Operation Metro, the OG from Battlefield 3, you destroy 2 MCOMs that are in a park. Then you find out there's intel, there's some enemy info in the subway system. So then what happens is you call an airstrike gets called in, and then a cruise missile hits blows up the park. and then that's where you get the whole like outside transitioning inside into the subway tunnel. There was another one I've completely forgot. Oh, Damavan Peak. You're on top of a mountain. You capture the first, you destroy the MCOMs at the first point, and then you get a helicopter and be able to descend, or you base jump. And everybody knows the iconic base jumping of that. So yeah.
Some of the rush maps were very good, but they did kind of tweak them and change some geometry on them, I seem to remember, so it kind of worked really well. Regardless, Rush is synonymous with Battlefield, definitely, and there's a part of the community that really enjoyed playing it. And you log on one day, and because Battlefield have removed it from the custom search and there isn't a tile or panel on the homepage, you essentially couldn't play it, you couldn't matchmake into it. Might as well not be.
Hey, speaking of war, look at it. War got killed by a little bird
In the game at that point. Yes, you could technically start a portal server with Rush, but no one's going to join it. If it's not in custom search and it doesn't have a tile, it's effectively removed from the game. And this all blew up because there was somebody on the Battlefield Reddit called Explore Everything Once who said that Steam just fully refunded me for Battlefield 6 after 470 hours played due to so many game modes being removed at once.
And I will say this, that is, first of all, it's cool that Steam honored that. And it's true. If you bought a game and it was for the contents of that said game, like when you bought the game, you purchased the contents inside within that game. If stuff gets taken out, why should I not be able to get a refund because of something taken out? You know? You didn't say, I don't want this in here, remove it. It was something that you probably played or something that you were like somewhat fond of, and they just take it out.
And this is what they said. I was upset when King of the Hill and Squad Deathmatch was removed, but removing Rush is something I refuse to put up with. It's the mode that I have the most time in by far. So this guy obviously plays a lot of Rush.
He's a Rush player.
I contacted Steam support and explained that multiple game modes were removed from the game.
And it's the same thing like Breakthrough. Like, I'm a Breakthrough player through and through. I'm a Breakthrough player. The downside is we got mortars that are in headquarters still. Then we have we have mortars in headquarters still. There's the desyncing issue, the packet loss issue. There's some other stuff, but like it just makes me mad because it feels like everything that and then there's respawn flaws when it comes to new maps in Breakthrough. Every time when in labs, things are getting tested in Conquest and in Escalation. Nothing ever gets tested in Breakthrough. The only time when I've actually tested, like we actually tested something in Breakthrough wise, was when myself and a few other people, when we QA tested the game. And that was obviously before release. So that's like what makes me upset. Is like, if you're going to test a map, test it on not just 2 modes, test it on 3 modes, especially 2 modes that are pretty identical to each other. Like test it on do an open warfare one, which is Escalation and Escalation or Conquest, but then also add Breakthrough in there, add Attack and Defend. So then we can voice our opinions of what works, what seems like it's working and what doesn't seem like it's working. The reason why I say that is look at Sewer Reef when you play Breakthrough. On the left side, and like when you first start out, it's the headquarters are split, which is cool. I like that. But the thing is, the headquarters on the south side for the attackers is so open that if you are in the AO where I think it's Bravo where that MCOM station is, if you're upstairs, you can actually, and you have a sniper rifle, you can actually look into that southern spawn. Or if you are on the western side of it, if you're a defender and you spawn in with a sniper rifle or a DMR and you just walk up the hill just a little bit, you can already look into the spawn of the western side. And I'm like, this is how people get upset and don't want to play this game. So I will say Sewer Reef is significantly different from how it used to be when I last tested. And again, this is why I wish I was there. Because I want to see what the original was. After when I saw Tungsten or when I saw Myrick Valley of what it looked like, and then compared to now, I wish that the OG one was better. Was there.
Game without notice nearly a year after the game launched. I linked them to the Battlefield website, which shows all the modes that are supposed to be available through matchmaking, and then to the community broadcast from today. The support agent I spoke with agreed that it wasn't right, so they gave back the full amount that I paid for the Phantom Edition on launch day. Battlefield Studios, you don't get to remove the game modes I play and still keep my money. And then they've done an edit saying, since some of you didn't believe this, and they've shown here, I presume this is real, that they did actually get a refund on BF6. They got the full $109.24 back. This is quite unusual because Steam have a policy that lets you refund a game if you've played it for less than 2 hours. No questions.
Yeah, dude, get some sleep. Go get some sleep. I appreciate you for stopping by and glad that you're doing well and everything. And I hope everything gets better for you. So have a good night, man.
You don't even have to give a reason. You can just get a refund. And there have been circumstances too where games have been very broken and various things have happened, whatever, where you've played more than 2 hours and they give you a refund. But for this guy to play 470 hours and get a refund, I don't know how often something like this happens, but it looks like it happened. So this blew up and a lot of people started talking about it on Reddit, social media. A lot of the big news websites posted it too. IGN, Kotaku, Games Radar, MP First, Exerto, I think as well. So it went around. Now in response to this, not particularly this guy getting a refund, but in response to people being annoyed that game modes were being removed from the game, they said, we've seen your feedback on the recent playlist changes and understand the concerns about matchmaking, missing modes, and changes.
Hold on. Have a good rest of stream, big dog. I'll drop by when I see you live again. Good night, brother. Yo, I'm seeing TWA people in the stream. Yeah. I saw the name tags. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Just a custom search. The recent playlist adjustments weren't made lightly. Our goal is to improve matchmaking quality by focusing players into the playlist, seeing the most activity, creating more consistent matches that fill, and getting our players into the action faster. While this means some playlists are no longer always available, the intent is to create more consistent matches across BF6. We've also seen questions about why certain custom search options disappeared. The current system requires custom search filters to be tied directly to active playlists.
That's funny.
As a result, when a playlist is rotated out, its corresponding custom search options are also temporarily unavailable. We recognize that some of the affected modes are community favorites.
Struck fear into the best players' hearts. Good. Do that. Keep doing that. Man, that's yeah. Get some sleep. I know, because this can carry on for hours. Get some sleep.
Regardless of how often they're played, we want those experiences to remain part of BF6, and we're continuing to explore the best ways to bring them into matchmaking while expanding longer term options like portal verified modes and the server browser. As of next week's rotation, King of the Hill will return as part of an active playlist and will show up in custom search. We're also bringing back Operation Augur from Season 2 for 1 week now that the remaining issues affecting it have been resolved. So they've tried to explain their reasoning for doing it there. Improving matchmaking quality for the most popular game modes that people play. Fair enough. But in my opinion, I think that even if one person in the whole world, one out of millions of Battlefield 6 players, wanted to play Rush, they should be able to at any time. They should be able to pick that option from the custom search, click queue, and maybe it puts them into a lobby, and then that person waits for 4 minutes, and then the game fills up with bots, and then they just play against a load of bots. I think that somebody should be able to always play squad deathmatch. They queue up with 4 of their friends, and yeah, maybe they accept, okay, I'm going to have to wait 10 minutes to find a match with acceptable ping. That's fine. At least then I can still play my favorite game mode in a game that I paid $70 for the standard edition. In the case of the guy that posted on Reddit, $110 or whatever it was. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I don't think that Battlefield should be taking these game modes away. Like I said, even if 0.001% of the player base are playing them. And yes, I realize that Conquest, Breakthrough, Escalation, they're probably the most popular game modes in the game. But those people that want to play Rush, King of the Hill, Squad Deathmatch, whatever, they should be able to. And in the past, this wasn't really a problem because we
actually had a proper server browser and we had persistent servers. So this conversation would never have come up. It wouldn't have happened. And then removing these game modes and this guy getting a refund, it's a really bad look for Battlefield, and they could have avoided this just by keeping those game modes in the game. I don't see the harm in it. Maybe there's a whole angle of this that I'm not understanding or getting, but let these players play what they want to play. Surely that's a good decision for the players. And I'm wondering, maybe this decision has been driven by metrics, by data, by algorithms, or profit margins, some corporate stuff, but it isn't a decision that is good for the players. That's the bottom line. I don't think this is good for the players, for the community, and it shouldn't have happened. But again, the server browser, which they said is coming, and persistent servers, we don't know all the exact details, would fix a lot of these problems. Also, the main menu as well. They've still got this Netflix, Hulu tiles design on there. It's awful. Can we please just go back to a stack of game modes on top of each other on the left-hand side of the screen? Is it that difficult? Because then maybe more people could see the game modes and queue up for them, rather than having to like scroll through all these tiles, or the tiles being determined by an algorithm. Oh, you never played this, so we're never going to show you the tile. Just give people a simple list. It worked. So yeah, I think this is a bad move for Battlefield, and I know that they're trying to like fix some of the issues with matchmaking, where in certain regions there's a lot of bots in the game. Some of the bigger game modes like Conquest and Breakthrough, Escalation. Even myself, I showed this in my last Battlefield video. I played a round of Hargenzel Base last week while I was leveling up one of the new guns, the Broad. And over half the server on my team and the enemy team were out of region players with 130 plus ping. So the matchmaking isn't working, even for the most popular game modes like Conquest and Breakthrough. Something's happening. But again, server browser fixes a lot of these things. It was such a nice breath of fresh air to play War Dogs, so they've just had the closed alpha. It's really why I haven't talked about this, because it's a couple of days old now, this news, but I wanted to talk about it. Playing War Dogs and actually having a server browser where you can go, okay, here's 50 servers. This one's almost full. Let's join that one. This round's just started. Let's all join that as a squad and join the same team.
Yeah.
And they're persistent. You don't get kicked.
Like, look at that. North America East, North America East, North America East, at 3, 5, 6. Like, there's 6 North America East servers. Compared to with Battlefield, that I see is like for North America on mine, when I look up servers and stuff like that, there's only 3 of them, and that's across the country. So that's what's, there's a lot that can be done here.
Out once you finish the match, you
Yoko, what's
continue
going on?
on. You
Thanks
play
for
with
the
the same
check-in.
people. You build relationships with people you don't know. You build team play. Maybe you find a new friend. It was so nice to have that. And the sad thing is, Battlefield used to have that. It was taken away. We don't have it anymore. They say it's coming back. They showed a picture of it here in a recent blog that they did. We're reading the language they used, and based on what they've done here, I'm a little bit more skeptical of it now. This is what they said. Server browser will provide another way to find matches, but it is not intended to replace the work underway on matchmaking itself. Matchmaking remains one of the most frequently discussed areas within the community. I'm reading that down. I'm like, is this actually what we want in the server browser? Are they going to mess it up? Because they've had plenty of feedback. They've had feedback for years on what this should be. In person, in surveys, in emails, in videos, from the community, from the players on social media, from the players on Reddit, in game, on Discord. They know what people want. And if they deliver a half measure, it's not going to be good enough. So I'm just hoping that they actually get this right. If they
And the thing is, like, people, he might say it, but, you know, I'll let him.
don't, then I'm going to be absolutely baffled. But there it is. Bit of a mess.
But yeah, okay, so if people are playing, if people do not, if this doesn't go well with the persistent servers and everything like that, again, War Dogs is right around the corner. I hate to say it, but War Dogs is right around the corner, and people might leave to go over there and play that, because it's just like they can play in the regions. They won't have issues or anything like that. Obviously, there are people that will still play Battlefield. I'm one of them. I'll still play Battlefield because that's just me personally. I do like Battlefield. I like War Dogs looks cool. I'll play War Dogs, but I still like Battlefield. I always come back and play Battlefield. So, yeah, that's just, it just, again, it just sucks that we're in a time where stuff like this happens. Not like stuff like this happens, but like that, you know, the Battlefield community has been voicing their thoughts and concerns about everything, like in the past Battlefield games for a while. And it's like, have we been heard? Like, have they actually take this into consideration? Have this actually been done? Like, we've been talking about, like, again, we talked about server browsers and stuff like that. Having persistent servers, having a server browser. They said, hey, now we got persistent in server browsers, but it's not going to change the matchmaking. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's a weird thing to say. Because then it's like, well, you're giving us this, but we're not getting the full effect of it. So that's a possibility that we're still probably going to have people from outer regions. They're going to try to get into a server, and they're going to try to pile up on a server, and which leads to high ping, which makes it usually easier for them to get kills because they're on a higher ping. So they try to favor like the connection stuff to them. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But anyway, that is Jack Frags, great Battlefield content creator. I'll link his stuff again. I'm not sure if I did before, but I'll link his stuff again. Yoko did redeem a hydrate. Let me go get some water, and then we'll continue. Okay, we will continue. We shall ravine, or you know what I mean. All right, I'll be right back. And then we'll get into Battlefield. All right, sorry about that. Whew. Like I had a headache, and then I went to the bathroom, and then I got water. I had like the weirdest thing ever. Like I had water, I chugged it. But yeah, I had like water and everything, and I chugged. And after when I like, I didn't mean to chug it really, but after when I chugged it, then I oops. Yeah, like after when I chugged it and everything, I was like, I had the brain freeze. I was like, all right, you got a brain freeze. And then afterwards, I just started getting a headache, and I was like, oh crap. So then I took some medicine too. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. All right, so people are probably gonna be upset. Playing, oh, I forgot to turn. Oh. 25. Let's go this way. Back out! Ammo. One in the AO. I didn't see him. Dang it. Okay.
what you got.
I didn't even see the grenade. Okay.
I'm here.
I'm here!
Drag away. Taking fire.
Trying to see how that works. Damn. What was it? Was it gameplay? I think it was gameplay. Yeah. Was it options? Fuller? Oh, that was the smoke.
Reloading!
Oh, invisible nade. Invisible nade. Okay, now. Well. So my my stream was doing good, and then out of nowhere, now I'm getting a random drop, and now I have 120 ping. You literally can't make this up. You like honestly, you cannot make this up.
Got enemies down here! I need a
Hey,
fucking medic!
get the medic.
Come on me!
Come on!
Come on, Sean!
Yeah, I don't know what happened that game. Let me see. Well.
You are adorable.
Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Blue8912. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, here we go. So you got two that are out of country or out of range, out of the region. Let's put it that way. Luna and Dex. Okay.
Frag out! Fight them up! Watch out, enemies nearby! Fucking hell! Frag out! Cover long! I'm here!
Contact! Taking fire! Head down! Come on!
Okay, can't hold the grenade.
No, you have
Let's move!
What? Why did you?
Man down!
That wasn't smart to do, was it?
Come along! Oh, fuck! Medic!
Yeah, that wasn't really smart to do.
Not fair!
It sure did take a very long time to freaking. What do you know? The people at the very top are the ones that have the packet, or that have the ping issue. All right, guys. I'm gonna switch over to on Xbox and play Gears because clearly. Yeah. I'm just gonna play Gears. All right, so play some Gears. All right. All right, here we go.
Every square inch of this city is under locust control. Look alive. Pushing coordinates to you now.
Get yourself squared away.
Intel confirms you have a position in the area. Use the ordnance supply to deploy ordnance to the area, find that E-hole, and take it out. Close it. Dropping the coordinates of active Grub comm terminals. Head there and take them offline.
Affirmative.
Need medical attention!
Oh, I forgot.
I'm bleeding out! I'm bleeding out! Nearly tough enough, though. Bleeding out!
Dude, how many shots does it take? Well, when they said they reduced the damage of the... Yeah, when they said they reduced the damage, they weren't kidding.
Return to mission, Anvil. I'll make them quit. I could use a hand here.
Bullseye! Bomb deployed!
Come to Papa.
That creature's still on the field. Any gears in the area, take it out before it gets away.
Bishop's here. Got it.
Rig surrounded. Get in there and secure the area.
Roger.
Defensive shed.
We lost one! Heads on!
Grab it.
Hell yeah! Pulse charged. Supreme fucking bullshit!
Could use some help! I'm bleeding out! Could use some help!
Taking fire!
Bleeding out!
Perfectly placed.
I'm bleeding!
This isn't over yet. Mission still stands. Regroup and re-engage.
Oh, that was clutch.
I have a compromised rig in need of support. Get in there and secure the area.
Affirmative. Wow, that's fucking embarrassing.
I'm reloading!
Oh yeah? Come on!
Emergence hole!
Drone deployed! Heads up! Oh, I like that sound! Let's get to work! Oh, I like that sound!
Could use some help! Now I'm pissed.
Damn it.
Thanks!
Hey, Sucker, what's going on? How's the new gear? It's good. Still a little clunkiness, but it's good. Downside is that two of my teammates left. I don't know where that bot is going.
I got something for your ass!
Probably need to put the scope back on.
Oh, that was clutch. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah? Come on. Let's get to work. Tango down. Target pop. Like a big old rip. Can't stop it. Can't stop it. Drone deployed. Let's get to work. Oh, I like that sound.
Dispensing stim. Need that.
Can't stop it. Anybody else see that?
Get your steel not so tough now.
Not being so it's very satisfying.
Drone deployed. Placing disruptor. Drone deployed.
No, I could have done that perfectly.
I've got this for your ass.
Area secured and rigs running again. Job well done.
Nothing to do. I can work with this.
700 energy. Yeah.
There's new ordnance available at the supply cache. Good use. Supply drop inbound. Find and secure it ASAP.
Let's get to work. Reloading. Cover me.
Stand by, sending you the location of a high-value target. Time we take them out. You know what to do. that drop now, before all the good stuff's taken.
Drone deployed!
Supplies are running out. Last chance.
Wait, how are you gonna do it?
Watch one go!
I can use a hand! Supplies are gone. Gotta be quicker on the draw gears.
How are you gonna do a high value? How are you gonna select a high value target?
Pulse drone ready! Drone deployed! Reload.
Oh. How are you going to select a high value target to do and then you don't do it? You just leave. I don't understand people. I don't. I really don't. I don't understand people. All right. Wait, didn't they say that they buffed? Did they buff the Lancer or nerf it? let's see here. Gears. Prototype Lancer. Okay, is the Prototype Lancer increase base damage and reduce perfect reload damage. I don't think that's the case. Okay. Okay. I want to get L2 Korea. I heard about it. I think I've seen that somewhere. I just can't remember where. Oh dear.
High Command wants this city back, so you're going to take it. Dropping coordinates now.
Stow the chatter. We're up.
Let's take this city back.
Grubs have been setting up comm terminals in your vicinity. Take them out.
Solid copy. Reload! Cover me! Cover me! Throwing crap! I was bleeding out. Drone deployed. Gotta make it for the kid.
Drone deployed. Supply drop incoming. Get over there and pick it up.
Scratch one contact. Awesome.
How better? Where's that dirt?
Could use a hand. Not like this.
Open. Open.
All devices eliminated.
Scam Jason neutral. We're moving out. Enemy spotted.
Drone deployed.
I got something for you, lad.
There should be spare parts nearby. Make drop hair sitting out in the open. Better get to it fast.
I'll take those! Break out! Green fucking bullshit!
No delay.
Supply is running out. Supplies. Last chance. Get it before it's gone.
Nice one!
Supplies collected. You live till you lose.
Let's get to work!
Rig still inoperable. Get in there. Find those parts and fix it. Ready.
Clean kill!
Get ready for more.
Hold them off! We're almost done here!
Take out that tango! Scratch one drone!
Let's get to work!
Too easy.
Can't stop it!
Stop moving underground. Big tunnel heading your way.
No, this is only my first kill.
Hell yeah, Carter. Take some names.
Thanks! Kept me in suspense just long enough to stop worrying. Drone deployed!
Be advised, bird near your position just appeared in your vicinity. Supplies, deployed ordnance, the area. Find that E-hole and close it.
Drone down! Hostile, ready!
The rig confirmed. Operational again.
Let's ready to defend.
Locust inbound. Hold position. Don't let them overrun you.
Roger.
Drone deployed.
Disruptors ready and waiting.
Yeah, going inside!
Not like this.
Hold track! Let's finish this!
before we bug out.
Damn.
I'll take those.
Charge!
I don't know what's going on here.
Pulse is charged.
Gets away.
Come on!
Corpse.
We've got reports of locusts rigging explosives near your
Is the sprint
location.
no longer talking?
I need you to defuse them. Defusing. Watch my back.
I'm feeling deadly!
Bomb station. Moving to the next.
Charge!
I don't like that.
Drone deployed!
This will do some damage.
Bullseye!
Gotcha!
I'm running out!
Drone deployed.
Pulse ready! Cover me! I'm disarming the bomb!
Let's see. I did it.
I'm taking you off this one. Move on to your next objective.
Talk now.
Well, if you're defusing the bomb, it should stop. Like the timer should stop. I guess not.
Ready to go.
That large hostile seems to be repositioning. Find it and kill it ASAP.
Solid copy.
It's actually broken.
Let's make this quick.
Yeah. Toggle sprint feature is broken. It's broken.
The call off visual assist for heavy locust. We lost our chance to put it out in their number.
Okay.
What have you been?
So you're telling me I couldn't fight it off?
Spear down! Pressure down! I got enough for all of you!
Contact return. Watch each other's back. Hurt cache drop near your position. The sooner you secure it, the better.
Anybody else see that? Carter. Throwing frag! Universal.
Here they come!
Drone deployed.
Max is down!
Walking off. Drone deployed.
I kicked it.
Reloading. Cover me. Drone down. Taking fire.
Come on back! I got something for you!
I'm fine. Had a good run. Hey, what have you been eating? Something come get me out! Anybody!
Oh.
I got you.
Go out like this.
Just let me hit that guy so you get the fuck away from him. Gear down!
Big guy.
Contact returned. Watch each other's back.
Bleeding, but I'm back.
Use a hand!
Contact received. Eyes peeled this time.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Gotta reload! Ugly, down and out!
Oh, Andy.
Ready to deploy!
Target pop. Big old hit.
Holsters ready.
One down!
Need a doc. I got something for your ass. Can't stop it. Clean kill. Home deployed.
On my way. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Reloading.
Contact return. Watch each other's back.
I'm down.
Now, this.
Fast as I can.
Friendly, down! Good to go! Got him! One throw!
Contact received. Eyes peeled this time. done yet here. Still in this fight. Get back out there. I need you to hold this position so the rig can calibrate. Solid copy.
Those people want to quit. All right, I'm out. I'm done. Thanks for hanging out. I'm done. I'm done for the night. Tonight is just not a good night. So,